Hello, hello. I'm pretty sure that you can hear me. Mic check one, two. Mic check one, two. Hello, hello. Okay, now I know that you can hear me. So my laptop died at the end of the last video. Um, so this is literally just a follow-up from that last 2 hour live stream. I'm just gonna adjust a couple of things, and I want to do it so that you can see, as opposed to me just doing it and then starting a new live stream and then you get confused as to what we've been looking at, right? But I'll be honest, I'll say this now. I'm gonna go out, like outside, and leave this running. So you might wanna wait until I stop speaking or whatever, um sorry, once I stop speaking, I'll put a note on the top and it will say like I'm not here or BRB or something like that, right? But I just wanted to record any price fluctuations that occur between the time of me going to the shop and coming back. So yeah, I want to put these lines on the chart to make them well established and quite obvious. Um, So I need to put this to the top because it looks quite irritating at the bottom. So this is what we're looking at really. What do we think about this sell side down here? This is also, like I was mentioning in the previous live stream, the sells no, no, sorry, the 6:30 a.m. price on Wednesday, and we've taken that 1 minute candlestick out of 1,300 candles approximately in 22 hours. So we take one candlestick out the day and we extend it forward for an entire week. And I trust that level. I would trust that level with a phenomenal amount of money. So not like specifically this level today, right here, like this one, right? But I'm saying like the ideology of like if I was only allowed that analysis, I could make trades jumping between those levels. Like say that you had like 2 months worth of 6:30 AM prices. Like I could make trades like utilizing those and jumping through those levels. So anyway, like bouncing in between them. So, anyways, like for example, on GBP USD right here, look at this. Look at this. You see that? Can you see that? Can you see that? Nothing here is fabricated. This is everything here is exactly how it should be. Can you see that? What the fudge cake? Look, I can extend it 10 times further than it already is extended, and it will probably become a sufficient level in the future. So I don't look, man, it's fucking crazy. Look at this wick off it right here. Boop. Takes out this one, this high, this high, this high, this high. And didn't go as far as there, like, but still, it takes this high into this bearish order block on the 50-minute time frame from ages ago. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Anyways, so yeah, the 6:30 a.m. prices, right? And then look now. Where's the 6:30 a.m. prices right here? So this is like yesterday's one. Today's one's up here. Do you want to see how today's one was utilized? I'll show you. It was on the previous 2 hour live stream. So when I put the note on the chart that says like I'm not speaking right now and I'll be back soon or whatever, then you can like just skip through the price until I take the note away and start moving the chart again, and you'll see that that's when I'm like active again, right? But basically, this has been outlined in the previous live stream for longer than 2 hours. It's been outlined since it formed yesterday, and then and then you can see how we've extended the 50-way midpoint, the 50% midpoint, the the sorry, the low, the high, and the 50% midpoint, and then halfway in between each of those as well. So it's like four gaps. So price respects these through time. Like it's just the low and the high and 50% and then halfway and halfway. Um, I think it's called quadrants. So it's called grading. So we're grading it into quadrants. So what is important is the 6 to 8 a.m. price as well as these two first presented fair value gaps. And I've already explained in the previous live stream that was like 2 hours long that like how to identify them and how they form as well as the 6 to 8 a.m. thing. So I'm not gonna keep this on for too long because I just want to like know what price does and show you. Like this hasn't happened yet. Like nothing like like nothing's um like nothing here is fake. Like this is like what's actually happening with the Bitcoin thing right now. But like I want to show you that like price is probably gonna respect some more of my analysis. And like I don't know what it will be yet, but it will be obvious to see it after it happens, and we're gonna go through it together after I get back from the shop. So what's like a trusted Bitcoin liquidity provider? Coinbase, Binance. So okay, what was I looking for again? Sorry, I can't actually remember what I was doing. Um, I don't know. There must have been some kind of point that I had right. Fuck that, I forgot. Forgot. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I need to go out, so we will see what's going on with this very soon. I'm gonna increase the time frame. But to be honest, I'm only really gonna be like 15 minutes. So this is what Price is saying before I go out. Everything looks fantastic. It's quite mad. All of the analysis here that you can see, I drew and outlined on live streams in the last few videos. Oh, so we have an Asia kill zone first presented fair value gap from the other day, as well as my original bullish order block, which actually was utilized quite nicely here. And that's on here as well. But the thing is, because they're different liquidity providers, there's like quite a lot of discrepancies, and I used a discrepancy. I mentioned it in my previous video. I used this discrepancy to identify where price was going to go, but I really need to go out and leave this where it is. Um, so we're just gonna do that for now. But just take note of what the higher time frames looking like. Draw your attention mainly to the focal point of these kill zones here, which I will probably go over again and outline once I get back. But I'm gonna put on um oh goodness me, I'm gonna put on some great music for you. I'm gonna put on some music for you so you don't feel bored while I'm while I'm out, even though you're probably gonna be skipping through it, but that's fine. So this is what the higher time frame looks like, and I'm gonna go out and then we will discuss what happened when I get back. I personally feel like all of the analysis on my chart is fantastic targets because everything is so close in the same proximity to each other. Everything here can be a very great take profit and a very great stop loss. Very true. But as you can see here, the equity is open and the opening range gap close, which is 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, that low has just been triggered by price like just now on this 15-minute time frame. So this low here, this 15-minute candlestick here, that still has 8 minutes remaining. Swept through all of this, but it didn't quite reach the New York Open kill zone high. So maybe somewhere in here is interesting. This bullish order block remains, even though it's not on like the different liquidity providers, for some reason making it difficult to utilize it. Because of this discrepancy, price may want to like fix that. So maybe price will still come into this 1 minute bullish order block on this chart, which is the same as mine. It was the same as my broker on my phone because it came into the bullish order block on here. So maybe price will paint over this, somewhat paint over this somehow, like in some way. I don't know. Like maybe so like for example, there might be like a second wick on this, like just exactly like this, and then it comes over it a bit, and then you'll be able to see that the candlesticks are somewhat the same on these two charts. Well, you know you get what I'm saying, but uh sorry, I stumped myself. What was I saying? I don't know. It's just crazy how like the bullish order block is drawn accurately to the candlesticks, but on this liquidity provider, it comes into it here, but on this liquidity provider, it doesn't. And the candlesticks are more or less exactly the same. So I'll reset both of these, and you can see that they're essentially exactly the same. But like the bullish order block, which is defined by this here, the red zone, it is triggered by price here, but on this liquidity provider isn't. So that discrepancy, like I mean, maybe IG is just shit, or maybe, but to be honest, that would be more efficient. It would be more beneficial for price to come down into this bullish order block and reject it because it's rejecting a bullish order block and trading higher, which is never not a good thing to see, as seen right here, you know. So it's strange times. I don't really know what to think about this one because of how accurately this trade played out by the rejection, sorry, by the same concept of the difference in liquidity providers, how this hits this red tip line, but and also this trades into this bullish order block, but this here doesn't hit this red line and also doesn't trade into the bullish order block. And it's not delayed or anything like that. It's exactly the same. Like I promise you, neither of them are delayed. They're both live charts and exactly the same. Like I'll go on to the 1 minute chart. They're both exactly the same and neither of them are delayed. Oh, what's going on? See the markets per second? No. I don't. And as well, look, you see that? Like I tried to go on the second chart. I don't even have trading view premium. So I don't know how I'll be able to do that, but you can see that these are the same, right? they look slightly different. Look, these are the same, but they're just ever so slightly different. But like the big discrepancies, which is what I mentioned with this trading into the top of this wick, and also on here, how this stayed above the top of the wick, but still into the black line, and on here, still into the black line, but traded into the wick. So it's very like strange, and then that's how I was able to actually identify this trade, and I marked out this red box on my live stream in one of the ones previously, and we just watched this go into profit towards the target that I predefined from the entry point. So anyway, um, yeah, I'm just gonna leave this for now, and like I assume that it's gonna take approximately 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes for me to get back here, but I'm gonna leave the price running. So that's only 15 to 20 candles. That's not really too long of an amount of time. That's why these live streams are so long, because price does tick slowly. So um I'm gonna leave it on the 1 minute chart so that you can see what's going on. I want you to also be able to see like I want you to be able to see multiple time frames at the same time though. So if I put this here like this, right? Because how long am I going to be? Like 15 minutes. Yeah, I need to be back before 3:15. Fuck for the macro. Well, it's the close of the macro that I'm interested in, not the open. So, yeah, I can put this here, and then if I go on to this, I need to open the same chart with, what is it, crypto? Um, where is that? Here. So, just to give you more of a visual overview of what's going on, as opposed to being really far zoomed in, because you don't need that much. So I'm gonna go on a 30-minute time frame because it just looks that little bit cleaner. Obviously, this is quite helpful to do, to look at multiple time frames at the same time. So, anyways, I'm gonna extend this a bit. And then I can probably leave it here, but I want to mark this as the EQT open, and that'll probably put it at the bottom down here. Yeah, the EQT open. So obviously this first presented fair value gap. I want to make that very obvious as well before I go out. So put that over here. No, okay then. Uh, where can I really put it? Maybe um to the bottom obviously. Right, that's fine. So this is just to give you an idea of what the overall time frame is looking like when you're skipping through the video what until I get back. You know what I mean? So you have the 1 minute here, and you also have the 30 minute to your disposal, my liege, or at your disposal. Okay, whatever. I can probably zoom in a little bit because I don't really think that we're going to see this daily fair value gap in the next 15 minutes. And I also don't think that we're going to like go up into that bullish suspension block up here in the next like 20 to 30 minutes. So I think we're going to be goose G for that. That looks all right, doesn't it? Right, I'm gonna leave it here. I'm also gonna put the text thing on. Wait, can you definitely hear me? I need to check this. 100% you can hear me. Yeah, you can. Right, I'm gonna put text box on. So, what am I writing? I have, oh shit, I will be back in 20 minutes. This is so irritating. But anyway, that's where we're at right now in relation to overall price. But I'm gonna go for a bit and then come back. So I'm gonna mute myself on OBS now and I'm gonna give you some music to listen to. So give me 1 second. Um, I'm pretty sure you want some like proper cool, well-established tunes, right? Um, what is some great non-copyrighted? Mm. Oh, hello. Shit, I'm still here. I'm looking for a good live stream music. Shit. Um,
Drunk.
I
That
hope
is
this is
very good
going to
tonight.
be sufficient for you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, all good?
Birthday's coming up soon.
This one? Okay.
Good.
Would you like me to come with you?
Could you?
Okay. All of these people have what it takes to work in adult social care. Do you?
Save up to 25% on 2026 travel with G Adventure's Great Adventure Sale. Book today.
acclaimed Disney Plus series returns.
You better watch your back.
1,000 Blows on Disney Plus.
Hello? Hello? I'm under the impression that you're now able to hear me, and I'm pretty sure the quality of the stream is good. So I think we're good to go and resume the live stream. So as you can see on this chart here, so like as I move my mouse on this screen here, you'll be able to see the movements also on this screen here, like based on the dashed line. You can't really see the dashed line too well, to be honest, but it's okay. So like, for example, I've got my dash line down here, and you can see exactly, if you look here, you can, and also here, you can see that the cursor moves exactly where I put the thing, right? So currently we're trading in a macro. This macro is as, like, I don't know, it's underlined in ICT's concept. I've noticed frequently to have quite good moves from the macros. For example, up here, same concept. We wait until it's finished, and then we drag the line, we drag the high and the low forward, as well as these quadrants in here. So we have the 50% level, the 1, the 0, sorry, 100%, 50%, 0, 25%, 75%. So we caught quite the move. Oh goodness, we caught quite the move from this macro, as you can see. So the macro formed up here, and on the higher time frame, the time frame, we can see all this move going down here, just all of this. And this was on live stream as well. But so you can see this macro price. This macro is not yet finished, and we seem to be going into this 1 minute bullish order block down here, which is obviously this pink line right there. So you see this and this. Overall, we seem to be bearish. There's one thing to point out. On the 1 hour time frame, this wick right here, I don't know if this is already outlined. I'm gonna do that now. Oh, is it not? Height to low of this wick. But I suppose there's actually a previous one as well, which is what. Oh wait, no, maybe it is that. What's the date of this? Oh, this is correct. Yeah, so it's this wick. But actually, this isn't drawn accurately. Why is this not drawn accurate? Oh, it's actually one sec. Oh, it's actually this wick to this high, but this high isn't drawn accurate. So fix that. So minus 590, and then put this high on there with the magnet. and then lock it so I can't move it. And then now I can put this price at like 1000 and extend it through time. So 1000 is going to be 1000 hours in this case. So I've extended it for 1000 hours. So it goes all the way over there. That's I think my main objective. That's where I think price is going into this this premium wick here, which is also the daily fair value gap high, sort of overlaps right there. Why did that not change? Wait, what's going on? That is this, isn't it? Oh. Oh, that's this one, yeah. Oh. So I think price is going into. I was looking at this black bar up here. Price is coming down into there. I think. I mean, obviously we might not. That's like sort of a longer term. Maybe we'll have like a retracement back up into this before coming down to here. But like so basically it'll be like a move over time. So I'm not saying we'll go straight into here like straight away. We might have like a bit of a retracement up into this, maybe spike this area, trade up into this area even, maybe curl over it, spike up into here. It's like kind of curls over and spikes upwards into this, and then we might take out whatever. Like so, say there's like basically like a consolidation, a small consolidation here that like forms structure on this higher 30-minute time frame. So like we have like this curve over our like forms structure here. So we're probably gonna bounce a little bit around here maybe. Come back up into this curl over and then come down into here, sweeping out whatever lows were created there or around here. Obviously that might not happen, we might just come straight into this level straight away, but this is where I have my eyes, like on this level right here, which is formed all the way over there, so this premium wick right over here. I suppose you could also use this one, but that is the original, so we're gonna go for that. That was like the first highest wick. No, sorry, that was like the last highest wick of all of this movement on the hourly time frame, and it so happens to be quite large, like quite long, you know what I mean? So this might actually be the low of the macro that's formed now. That may or may not be the high. Or maybe that's the high of the macro now. So this may or may not be the low. And then basically, once this level closes, we will drag from the high. Oh, what's going on? I've got a fib on this chart for some reason. So we're gonna wait, what? We're gonna use a Fibonacci retracement tool, and we're gonna drag the high to the low of this macro. Oh, sorry, I should say we're gonna drag it from the high to the low of this macro, and then I'm gonna put it in like a space gray, cool kind of color, right? And then I'm gonna bring it over and extend it over to here. And then I can just keep extending this actually. Because I know this is now range. Powerful range. So when I go into here, it's gonna disappear the background. The background is gonna disappear slightly. But you can still kind of see it and you know that this is connected to this, right? So that may or may not be the low. Only time will tell. The low might come into this bullish order block here, which is this level, and it was formed right there. And it's a 1 minute bullish order block that was held true until it wasn't and was reclaimed. That 1 hour premium wick, like this area here, that is quite, it looks close on here, but when you add like the time distortion aspect as well, maybe we won't reach down here and we could trade higher, I'm not sure. Like, I mean, the market could obviously do a 180 from current. I don't know, because I think, well, this exact point here will be a market structure shift on the 1 hour time frame. And it could also be used as it could be like just a liquidity sweep into there, take the lows out, so fill the whole of these boxes here, like these purple lines. It could fill all of that and then consolidate below it maybe and then trade higher, like, and then sort of use this level as the liquidity sweep because on the 2 hour, sorry, on the 1 hour time frame, that level is sticking out to me like a sore thumb. It's also partially because on the other chart I've got, it's one of the only levels that are on the chart in this height of the range. So it's not like I'm looking at it on the 1 hour time frame. And before like this high movement, there was like a lengthy. Oh, sorry, wait one sec. I think I'm talking about this. I don't know if that's exactly the same. Sorry, this chart's disorientated, obviously, because it's fine. It's cool. Oh no, I didn't mean to charge them. Oh, my headphones just died. That's so frustrating. I'm not really sure what to do. I don't know where the case is. Oh, it's here. Hello, I need to know if you can still hear me or not. I'm pretty sure you can, yeah, but like my voice is obviously a lot quieter because I'm now using the mic on my laptop instead of the volume instead of having the volume from the headphone. It's really annoying. I'm trying to charge it now. I'm not sure that I don't think it'll take too long. Maybe like 10 minutes or something while this algorithmic delivery forms in this macro. I'm pretty sure you should be able to hear me decently. I don't know how loud it actually is. Hopefully it's all right. I know it's not as loud as the headphones, obviously, but nothing I can do about that. Um, so um, see, I don't know how close I have to go. If I'm really close to the laptop, then I think the speech is okay. But when I'm over here, I have to like raise my voice considerably louder in order to match the same, like being as close to the laptop. I don't really know where the thing is. Ah, I see. Where is the microphone on the laptop though? I'm not sure where it is. I don't know. It's quite irritating. So, anyways, the low and the high of the macro have formed now. I think this is a bit out of reach for now. I think we're gonna have some kind of retracement up here before coming into this price. Looking at the 1 hour time frame because I don't know why I think that. Like I'm not saying the price looks exhausted. I'm just saying that like it might need a bit of accumulation. Because we're actually forming a 1 hour fair value gap in the current candle on the 1 hour time frame. So because of that, when this candle closes in the next 16 minutes, price might want to push up into that inefficiency, and then after that we might see a movement lower. So basically there's a fair value gap here, which is a standard SIBI. So what I'm saying is like because we're down here right now, during this macro, we might want to see price like kind of like respect the macro a bit, right? And see like some kind of movement like this over time. And then price like but that's over a few hours, isn't it? So no. Sorry, wait one sec. I mean, we might consolidate over a few hours, but I'm talking about the lower time frame. So this is the hourly chart. So basically, price might like do something like this where oh wait, price might do something like this, right? So when this candle closes in 14 minutes, we might like trade higher through the original candle, so through this, and then we might like take this low here in that time, close maybe some like trade higher a bit more, and then close like here, and then move on to the next candle, and then the candle might like take like some of this low, leave it open so it's obvious. It could even be like a small candle, right? And then we move on to the next one, and then price might like take these highs here, and then like maybe come into this area, and then we might see a close just below this, and then we open obviously the next candle, and then what I'm saying is price will probably come into this area here, maybe reject that, and then we might see like a push up down, not in like maybe one candle like this, but like we might see like a push down afterwards into this area again, sweeping out whatever lows were formed in this range here. So the market might like come up a bit here to come into this area, and then we will probably see like some kind of movement like this, like down into the area that I'm saying. I don't know what happened after that. Obviously, it depends what price is saying at the time. But this is like kind of what I think this will look like. Like I feel like we'll have like some kind of like down move, and then like sorry, we'll have some kind of retracement up into this 1 hour fair value gap here. Like it's formed literally because of the gap here, obviously. So come up into here, and then we will probably see movements lower, taking out whatever structure was formed here, and also sweeping this into the area that I'm seeking. So I'm gonna move these over. No, it's on live stream. I don't need them. So look at how much stuff is on here, man. This time distortion, jumping in and out of this range. It was like the 630 price and the fair value gap. It was crazy. Like even though it's like zoomed in so far, right, on the lower time frames, like it was just doing some mad stuff like this, like using that high there, and then like bouncing off it here or whatever, and then like staying inside of it here, and then like closing inside of it with a tiny wick below it here, and then like wicking to it from down there or whatever, and then like it's like wicking off it and then coming back to it and staying inside of it and staying above it, and then like on the lower time frames is way more impressive. But in fact, I don't know. I might. Yeah, it was the bottom two. It was crazy, and like that's zoomed in quite far, like. But that's the same concept as what I'm talking about here. So look, this is the 315, 345 macro. It's this range, and then we extend it, and then we have look a huge consolidation in that because it's Asia open, and then Asia is probably going to sweep like some of the liquidity within sides the equities open as well. And then after, I think it's oh sorry, this has already happened. Shit. This one. Oh, fuck. So right now we're inside of here and we're immediately tagging the low, it looks like. So this area closed and formed this as the low, and immediately after this area closed and there was a bit of retracement up into this bearish inefficiency, we're now just, it looks like we're tagging the low here, so it looks like we're just maybe gonna sweep it into this here, like have like some wicks and candles in here, and then like the algorithmic black lines that I put on before is maybe it's gonna unfold. Yeah, potentially. Obviously, we might ignore all of that retracement and just keep hammering for this level here. But I don't know. If we don't take the low of this macro and we have like somewhat of like an obvious run into like this high, I don't know. We're really close to this bullish order block here. So to go long there thinking that it's not going to take up the macro low, I'm not sure. I don't know if that would stay open. Even if it does stay open now, it would pretty tag it again within the next hour. Hello, I hope that you can hear me properly, man. This is a fucking piss take, this. 1 second, I'm gonna put the headphone back in. Actually, no, I'm just gonna let it charge because I know that it's gonna infuriate me. Hello? I suppose it's not too quiet, but I need to definitely speak louder. So I've already described what I'm waiting for. Would I like to go long thinking that this is a double bottom? Yes. But is it really close to that bullish order block? Do you reckon you would be able to maybe go long here and use this order block? Or even this low really as a decent stop? Targeting the middle of the inefficiency that I mentioned before. I don't know really if this is a good entry. This is more just an example. I haven't like placed an entry here or anything. But like as an example, do you think this would stay open because prices just rejected the low of the macro and now we might take the high of the macro? Or do you think that it's just going to be like a bit of a consolidation until it eventually hits this order block, maybe trades slightly into it, and then it trades up here, creates somewhat structure, and then later on we trade into this purple zone? To be honest, because this is a 2-to-1, I would I would feel more comfortable if it was a 1-to-1 rejecting this level. But now, looking at this, I feel it's unlikely to do that. Now I have more confidence for this purple zone, which is this purple zone, because this and this are just ever so slightly above it. So to be honest, a long here is very risky even at a 1-to-1. But I do ultimately think that we'll come up to here before taking this low. Obviously, if price is bullish now, we would definitely want to see this fair value gap stay open. But because there's no wick here, that's maybe likely not actually going to happen.
So what price might do is come down and paint a wick in here. So it might create like price might come down a little bit, like go up a bit, come down or whatever. And then I feel like price might come to this line, the body might be like around here, and then it might wick down into here, create this wick, fill this inefficiency, even though I said that it might stay open, or you would want it to stay open. But because there's no wick here, then that like price might want to create this wick, or because I mentioned that price might want to create like some type of structure before it goes up. If it creates a low here, like if this turns around and creates a low, this will be taken out later after it comes up to here, hopefully. So for this low might get taken out. It's a pretty obvious low into this bullish order block, but at the same time, the premise that I have is that this daily fair value gap will be an immediate rebalance after the next 1 minute and 40 seconds. After 1 minute and 40 seconds, I think that the next candle will open. We'll have like a bit of volatility at exactly 4 p.m. So in a few minutes, we'll have like a bit of a spike, and then I think price will just run higher. Like we'll create the wick in the first few minutes, the wick low in the first few minutes. So for all it might come down into here, I think that even though this entry is very late, this target is still good. And to be honest, I shouldn't have actually put this trade on here because like price is probably going to run against me and come right into here. But the reason being though is because this daily fair value gap, I want to see an immediate rebalance on that, because if we're going lower, I don't want to see that one stay open because there's actually one right above it. So literally the hourly candle opens in 23 seconds. So on the next candle, I want to see the next candle open. We come down really fast, heavily, and in the first like maybe it's 5 candles, I want to see, or if we trade higher, that's fine. Like if we like, I want to see price come basically down to here, maybe. Now, so this is the hourly open, this candle right here. Oh, I didn't want to see it trade higher, really. With no wick at the bottom, that's not really what I wanted to see. So I want price to paint a wick in the next hour down into this, because if the wick is decent here and we stop out this, then on this time frame as well, it'll be kind of like a wick down into this area, and then price will close, hopefully, maybe not bullish on this candle, but the next candle. Oh, maybe that does lean back. Oh, I don't know. No, I don't want to be fooled. I think we might stop these out slightly, and the open is cush. I think the open is good, but we want to we want the hourly candle to have a bit of a wick. So on this one exact hourly candle, look, see, we have a bit of a wicky, even though it's that like only small amount of time. And to be honest, if this is staying above this, that is good. If we broke the bullish order block, that would be bad. So as long as we stay above this high, I think it's fine, up to here. And then once we hit this level in a few, maybe, like, because we might come up to here and close and open and close and open and then trade higher and then take out this later on. That's what I was like thinking. what is this? This isn't a volume imbalance. This is just a BTC. That's also inside of a SIBI. I mentioned something about this in the start of the stream. It's crazy how this is repeating itself right here. I did mention like maybe a balanced price range because like the selling imbalance is matched with a buying imbalance, and now prices come down to it and rebalance to the inefficiency here, and then we've had like a huge displacement upwards into this what's this, the first present, no, the first presented fair value gap of the equities open, I think. Yeah, on Wednesday. So I think this area is good. I don't want to really see price come higher than, well, to be honest, these lows. I mean, these highs. I don't know. I don't want to see price come too much higher. But if it does, then on the 1 hour time frame, maybe it will come higher. And then I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about this too. No, I don't know. Never mind. I want to stick with what I said originally, which is why I'm glad that I've like recorded it actually, because it allows me to stick to what I said the first time instead of like forgetting what I said and then getting caught in traps and then not know what's true. It's like what was the original thought, and like not as much like what stemmed from it, but like what was it, you know? My entry was quite late, like, wasn't it? But in some respects also a few minutes too early. But the stop loss was good. I didn't change the stop from the original 2 to 1. I don't think you have to G check me on that, I'm not too sure. We've got a wick on the hourly candle. Maybe that is sufficient for like a run higher before we take out whatever structure is formed now. So like it might curl up, and then anything, all of this formed here, that'll be taken out later on in time, sort of like this. So like say this is where we're at with this. We form this, curl upwards, so like that. And then later on, price might come down and utilize this area. But like not as far away as this. I mean, potentially it definitely could. Like I'm only anticipating the first fair value gaps. This literally just being formed, like for an immediate rebalance, like a huge wick up and then straight up rejection. Like I want to see price come all the way up to here, and then fucking sharply sell off once it's taken this high, and maybe rejected this high. Be cautious of this here, although we do have like movements beneath that. But any, I don't know, where's the this is the hourly candle open, so the only wick we've got is what's underneath here, like this and that, which, I mean, I would prefer it to have like, I don't know, I would prefer, I'm not sure, maybe for these to have come down slightly more with wicks, and then oh, but this candle is perfectly at the consequent encroach, or a little bit under, of the BTC here. But what is the inversion fair value gap saying though? Because so that is the inversion fair value gap, and this. Wait, I called that. No, sorry. um, this is the SIBI, and this is the BTC. So the grey one is the SIBI, and the blue one is the BTC. So if you were to extend these two fair value gaps, and you saw that there's like this red line and this red line, if you zoom in as much as you can to get like the most precise accuracy, then I think this will be good. So I don't know how this down to here. Obviously change the color of it. This area between this midpoint and this midpoint, although it's like very small, the wick came to literally the middle of that point right there. So this line is literally the difference between the middle of this box and this box. And I also want to highlight the difference between this and which one is it? Is it this one? Okay, this here, and then I can just delete that and that. To be honest, no wait, to be honest, I would probably have wanted my limit order to have been oh sorry, wait, let's go to the magna. To have been exactly right here. And as well, what's more, is these lines that I drew, this one and this one, those have already been utilized right here. So, to be honest, there may not be any real obligation for price to come down into these yet before anything happens in here between this and this. This is a daily fair value gap, and this is the first presented fair value gap from the equities open after 9:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it's quite mad. Excuse me. I've lost so much money. Looking at like the levels on the 30-minute time frame, it really doesn't account for how accurate it is on the lower time frames. I suppose it does. You can clearly see these bodies stay above this area. This wick stays above it here. This wick stays inside of it. Well, you can see what I'm saying. This wick stays above it. On this different gap, there's a consequent encroachment right there on the 30-minute time frame. And this is the 30-minute time frame open and closes. Can you imagine that? This is the open and closes of the 30-minute time frame respecting these levels. So you don't have to like run a maze in the 1-minute time frame. To be honest, look at this. Like, if you're paying close attention to the higher time frame, look at this macro. Failure to breach the top. Look here. Failure to breach the bottom. I don't know if that's like, to be honest, like, I don't know. I've seen a macro do something similar to this, like exactly this macro do something similar to this outside of these two different ones here. So to be honest, it would be quite interesting for me to see if we can get into this level. Maybe put a wick down there and then scale higher. What I'm doing is risky though, because this bullish order block is right here, and that is one of the original bullish order blocks at the top of, like, in the whole of this monthly range on the monthly count, all of this up movement. If you, it doesn't matter. So right now we're sitting at the middle, the mean threshold, the 50% midpoint, and the consequent encroachment of the 3:15 to 3:45 p.m. macro on, obviously, on New York time, Eastern Standard Time, depicted here by UTC -5. This levels in UK time is 8:15 in the evening to 8:45 in the evening. But I think it depends on whether it's, I think it's like summer, like what's it called? Something to do with like New York springtime or something. It's like an hour, like the clock's going back or something. Like, I don't know. But what? I need to be on New York time. So I'm waiting for. I want to see Asia's open, not take out this low until that daily fair value gap is filled. I don't know what time Asia opens. Let me reference this quickly because my memory is very limited. I smoke. I mean, I don't know. I didn't see anything. So I'm only up £6.36 today. But my analysis is fucking flawless. But it's just executing alongside it, you know. Sometimes I do get caught up because, like, you see this entry here, flawless. Look at that entry though. I mean, the take profit is where I'm expecting price to hit right now, actually. So maybe even though I only made £6 today, hopefully we're gonna see what prices got. This line is not showing on this time frame. This is the daily fair value gap, this black line here, which is this right here. But like I just noticed, sorry. I know like it is a little bit confusing having so much stuff on the chart, but like once you start like studying ICT, or at the very minimum paying attention to his concept, you will start to see price in a whole different light. You know, like the analysis that I've given here and the trades that I took in the past few live streams, they're not specifically impressive in size, but in terms of the analysis used, well, to be honest, one of those the trade the other day, it was like 3 hours long, like, and I held it for like 3 hours, which, to be honest, I don't know, but the entry was using ICT concepts, which all of this is. Some of the things aren't. Like, for example, the balanced price range. It's what I think is the balanced price range. I might be wrong, but this area here, I've taken the difference between the two highs of the different fair value gaps, and I've taken the difference between the middle of both of them as well. So what I'm looking for, or what's already happened, look, because this formed right here. Look, this formed in these three, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 5 candle formation. So it formed here, and then I actually mentioned on the live stream that we're not going to get, there's no wick in there. So, and then price did actually respect this incredibly, which is astounding. I'm not 100% sure, but like I don't know. It's just mad. You'll have to go back and check it out. Obviously, if you scroll through the YouTube video slowly, you can see when I put these lines on. I'm quite zoomed into it. It's around obviously the same. You'll be able to see it, but that's mad. The concepts are not the problem. ICT's concepts are so fucking phenomenal, and I'm genuinely incredibly grateful for how he laid them out to me and how he showed me it in a way for it to be somewhat memorable, you know what I mean, or at least like he had the answers to the algorithm, and he was like he came up with all of these concepts. Like they existed in price, yes, but he named them by name. Also, like he claimed them by name. Nobody else did. Nobody else spoke about these things either. It's like he somehow discovered the keys to the algorithm, and he was able to meticulously share this with his son, which is the main purpose for why he puts out videos and why I was even able to learn from him in the first place. But I don't know, it's crazy. I personally have lost a lot of money, but the concepts, I can't fault the concepts though. Like if you're going into trading and you want to be involved in this, out of my like 3 years, like this is the most accurate and clean cut and measurable way of defining price. It's incredible in my eyes. Like I just so beyond impressive. But obviously some things and like my perception of what I'm looking at, that kind of comes from, I don't know what that comes from really. Like I was really stubborn about this area because of the difference, like this not hitting here, and on a different chart, like on my other liquidity provider's chart, it did in fact come into this level as seen right there. So that immediately, like I entered a trade like below this suspension block, and I targeted here, like it was right there, like it was based these candles here, this box, but because the liquidity provider is different, like it's like I don't know, it was like right here. So on here it's above the thing, but on the other one it's below it. Like that's the point. Like it's like weird distortion, and that's why I knew that all of it would get corrected. Like that's why I was essentially betting that like it would come into this like not with like money, but I was just like to myself, I was just betting to myself that it would come into this area here. And funnily enough, I didn't even think to extend that price. Look at how beautifully my box, and I did it on live stream as well. That's what I'm so fucking grateful for, because like it's so easy to fake that. Like it's mad. It's like because like anyone can just put this box on here and say, "Oh, I did this," but like honestly, that like that's beyond incredible. That actually is. Just how it respected the mean threshold of the box that I put on, and then perfectly traded below it, and then this candle closed below it, this candle closed above it. Sorry, I don't know. It like closed perfectly on the line, you know. Yeah. Oh, what's going on with the trade that I put? What's notable is that between the upper quadrant of this macro, so this like Fibonacci here, how that's the middle line, the red dashed, and then it goes into this, and then that's the top and the bottom. So this first presentation of a fair value gap that I keep mentioning falls, the middle of it falls directly in the center of the top part of this. So like that is a beautiful piece of price that I would definitely be looking for up here, like definitely the middle of this to be claimed. And if that's claimed, then the high of this and the top of this, they're quite close together in fairness. So price might want to like spike into here slightly and then ultimately come up to here before selling off and taking out all the liquidity that is right there, which is the same scenario that I outlined in the same live stream like a bit before. This entry was late though, if you remember when I placed it. Wait, I think it's been moved. Has it been moved? No, I wouldn't have moved it, but I might have like pushed it along. Maybe it was there or here, and I've just brought it along, so I got confused. Look at how the price is just staying perfectly below this box here. This box here, and we're opening there. It's like huge down movement. Wow, what I've just come up with a new definition, a new term, equalized. This has been equalized. Look, perfectly. Oh my god, on the close, did you see that? Did you fucking see that? On the close, it happened. Like it was like down here, and then in that second, it just jumped to there, and then what? That's mad. That to the perfect line, which is this box here, which is literally what I've been trying to outline this whole entire time, which is the first presented fair value gap in this range and this range and this range, and how you've extended them through time and prices respecting them. Prices come down and swept this here, which I think I mentioned something about that actually, towards this bullish order block. And then now I do still want to see price come up to here and maybe come through this level slightly, and then inevitably continue lower into this, which is this. This doesn't factor in spread. It would be good if you could like set the spread, but I don't really know how to do it. So yeah, I want to see the middle of this get taken. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? I've put my headphone back in, so hopefully it's a little bit louder for you.
Hello, hello. Is this better? I put my headphone in, so hopefully it's a little bit louder for you. Um, it should be good for now. I also hope that it wasn't too quiet when I was speaking before, because that would irritate me quite a lot. This is all just so I can like reflect back on it in the future, I suppose. I don't really know what else the point is in me doing this. Oh, I'm tired. I am tired. Oh. But like practice makes perfect, and it. There's 24 minutes left of the day, so I'm not gonna increase my daily profit. I don't want to rush into that. Obviously, I could have done that here. There's a 1-to-1 to be had. Sorry, a 1-to-5, sorry. A 1-to-5 right here. But the overall target, of course, is a 3-to-1, which would be obviously double a 1-to-5. Sorry, wait, have I been saying that it's a 1 to 1.5? And then obviously if you have your limits set as soon as price, if you have your TP set as soon as price ticks above this level, it should get you out. What's that, a 1 to 1.5? Yeah, we're looking for double this. But in fairness, my goal is to tag this level and stay inside of here for a little bit. We might we might come up to here maybe, consolidate into here and then over, and then like obviously this is very like not very algorithmic to the tick, but I think it'll come like over like this and down, sort of how this is like this, and this is kind of like up and over like this, right? So I think this would be like over like this and down here. But I don't want to see it come into here too much, even though I'm long right now. Not really, but obviously for the sake of this, I'm long right now. Look, see, we're tagging my consequent encroachment. And as well, these levels have been on the chart for a while. And I guess I'm just proving to myself the algorithmic delivery, because this zone is repeatable every single day. It's this area right here, right? And I'll zoom in and I'll show you what it really is and what it looks like. Look at it. It's the first presentation of a fair value gap after this time. Sorry, like you can use the 931 candle, but you can't use the 930 candle, right? And this is the original fair value gap here. So that's like the first one. But then this is the one that, like, obviously this movement here comes down and breaks this low. And then this three candle move breaks this high. So I would jump to this one as the first presentation as opposed to that one there. So like that's what we've dragged out. But obviously you can see in the future, both of them do in fact get tagged. As you can see, very suspenseful right here. So it comes to the top one, and then it goes to the bottom. And then what happened? Well, this is where we're at now. And now, and now we're at the consequent encroachment of the middle. So to be honest, maybe this was my overall good target, a 1 to 8 instead of a 1 to 5. It doesn't have to be rounded to a 1 to 5 if you want to allow to a 1 to 8. Like maybe you could even just target the top of this here, which is the 1 to 5 point. That's a 1 to 6. Sorry, what am I saying? A 1 to 1.5. This might fucking give up and trade lower now. Might not come into this daily fair value gap, and it might stay open. But to be honest, I would probably rather see your price like at least tag it. Which this line, this box is this box here. So I would want to see price like at least tap this in some way or show go higher again and at least on a larger time frame look like it tapped it. Like it can slightly reject it, like sort of like there. It would be like underneath it a little bit, instead of like actually hitting it. We could take this low as a fake out, stay above this line, which is the middle of this area, and then we could trade higher into the upper portion of this fair value gap, and then we could maybe trade into this wick down here a little bit and then come up over and then trade lower and sort of take out this. But what would be my confidence that volatility would come in and take out of this low here at this specific time and this could just stay open? And why do I not at the same time, why do I not think price could take this out straight away rather than coming up to here? Because well, I want to see an immediate rebalance of this 1 day fair value gap, this daily chart fair value gap, because we've hit the consequent encroachment of it here. But wait, I don't know where it was formed. Sorry, it was formed at I think 4 p.m. So it wasn't actually formed until this close. It's like this to the wait, is it? One sec. Oh, sorry. Fantastic. So the oh, is that hourly fair value? I'm not a day. Wait, what's going on? Oh, it's not a daily fair value gap. It's an hourly. It's a fair value gap on the hourly chart. That's my mistake. Damn, so that area may not have as much significance as I thought. To be honest, the 2 hour chart hasn't. It's not. This hasn't closed. We could have like say we closed and that was the wick there. This would be the entirety of the fair value gap from this to this. So because of that, when this closes, no matter where it closes, as long as we trade into it and breach the closes, then we can still trade lower as long as we don't close above it, to be honest, because this is on a very high time frame, so you wouldn't really want to maybe see that. Has it just hit my take profit? Oh no, I think I moved it, didn't I? Oh, why did I move it? This is supposed to be a 1 to 2, or a 2 to 1, sorry. That is my original take profit. I didn't move the stop loss, and it was only a 1 to 2. Oh, wait, was it? No, it was a 3 to 1, man. It was 29595, wasn't it? Was it not 2.95? Or was it 2.99? we'll leave it as a 3-1 because it looks clean, and it was a two. It was a 3-1 that I was aiming for because 1 to 1.5 was half of it, and then the 3-1 would be double the 1. Yeah, I remember now. So that was my take profit up here, and I didn't move the stop loss. Price also gave me the ability to add on to this position, but and that was also at the consequence. I think I drew this box on, didn't I, when it happened maybe. So that was it. Maybe I didn't actually, but we stay in the middle of this area. Then we trade higher, and then we come back to it. See, trade higher than the middle. Sorry, wait. We come back to the middle, and then we trade higher, go out of it, and again, and then we come back to the top of it, and then we trade higher. And obviously, my buy was in here. I think my buy was no. This buy is late. My buy was earlier. My buy was there, I think. It might have been sooner than that, actually. I'll have to check on the live stream when I first put this trade on. It'll be obvious, you'll see the big fucking blue box. But, yeah, look, we stay in the middle and then we come back to it. So I mentioned what I was looking for earlier to this. I don't want to change my mind about that. I feel like I should be more stubborn with my analysis, but at the same time, like allow the market to prove me wrong. Like if it proves me wrong, for example, if there's like a bullish order block right here, and then there's like evident rejections of it on a higher time frame, then maybe that would be classed as a breaker. But like I wouldn't want to put too much faith into price only just trading below it slightly and then calling that a breaker because what if it's just a liquidity sweep? Well, like what if there's stops to be taken just ever so slightly below the order block, but then algorithmically price respects the order block over time? Like what if like price wicks dramatically through the order block, takes liquidity below it, and then trades and then like sorry, I'm getting distracted. And then if price I can't speak, man, sorry. Like if the bodies stay above the order block and the wick dramatically goes below it. So for example, like if those wicks down here, but the bodies stayed like above the top, then then you don't want to think that that's a breaker now, like thinking that it's inverted itself because it might just be going for liquidity and then it trades straight back through. So it's good to allow price to evidence to you what it's doing rather than jumping the gun a little bit too quickly. But it's good to anticipate things if it aligns with your overall higher time frame objectives. For example, you can't like pull out a normal fair value gap and then call it an inversion. And same with like volume imbalances. Like if a volume imbalance is like bearish at the bottom of a range, and then like one candle appears, a small candle bullish, or a small candle any size, and then the next candle, sorry, small candle any color. I can't fucking get my words out. So say price is falling, right? And then there's oh shit, and then there's like a volume imbalance here. Then if the next candle is like somewhat within that range, even if maybe even if it wicks up above it and then it like closes like here, like even if it just looks like that, right? Because that volume imbalance is there, what does that mean? I think that means that they've pushed the price down on purpose to get their fill. So then from here you would then imagine like a big fat movement that's like higher than whatever the last leg was of that volume imbalance. Like I don't know if that's like exactly true. That's just what I would anticipate. Like I would anticipate some like volume coming in after the volume imbalance. And if it's not bearish and this candle's flat, unless it's this one, so you could have like a very tight stop loss on it, to be honest. Like you could have even this. Like, that's how I would think maybe, because I've seen it in the past a few times, not just not infrequently. Like it happens quite often sometimes, but sometimes it's there's like a deviation between the liquidity providers that I use. So like obviously the chart that I've got and also the like there's sorry, I can't fucking talk, man. So there's the chart that I use here that you can see, and my MetaTrader 5 broker is what I'm saying. Like, so I saw the liquidity, I saw the volume imbalance on the MetaTrader, but I didn't see it on TradingView, and that fucked me up. So I got stopped out because I, I don't know, that's like kind of like scarred it into my eyes. Same in the bullish context as well, though, right? So, like, say for example, like we have this like huge bullish up movement here, and then there was like a little bit more of a significant volume imbalance there. The next candle is probably gonna be fucking filled with volume. You know, that's. I want to try and like find an example of it. Um, I need to be looking like only at pivots. Oh, I'm moving things. I need to be looking only at pivots, but with that specific volume imbalance. This year, there's always some way that I find a movement that looks like, oh no, it doesn't look like that. Maybe one day I'll point it out, sure. Do you know what I've just realized? Yeah, like ICT is actually a fucking cool bloke. Like he is actually cool as fuck. He's like super dad. Like the way that he's teaching his kids how to like perform this like much better than I could possibly dream of in trading, right? I just honestly I find it fucking like I don't really know how to frame what I'm trying to say in words. Like the fact that he created all of this is insane. Like it goes into such meticulous detail. It's like the inside of a complicated watch. It's just like his his kind of it's like an alphabet, like an encyclopedia of trading strategies, frameworks, time frames, PD arrays similar to fair value gaps and order blocks. Like it's mental how much he has identified and been able to see regularly enough to be able to call it and name it and know that it will present itself again. Enough to at least share with other people to like even like kept it to himself, you know what I mean? Even the fair value gap, like to have noticed the 50% retracements into them, that's fucking awesome, you know what I mean? Like who's really that perceptive without somebody else showing it to them? It's mad. Like personally, like, I don't think I would be. There's certain things that I found in the chart but without the help from ICT, I don't think I would have discovered like you know. Oh, I've just realized, right? I can actually turn off the oh goodness me, I can turn off this desktop audio and then I can play music to myself in the headphone. I just realized you probably don't want to listen to them shit fucking them shit songs anyway. But like, give me 2 moments. I really need to go for a piss. Oh, it's getting dark in here, actually. This is Maggie. Oh wait, Maggie Legast Jagoin. Maggie Legast Jagoin. Oh, Maggie Legast Jagoin. Oh, me Legast Jagoin. You could say me Legast Jagoin. That's pretty cool. That. How long did this take? An hour. But in fairness, I had to wait for the entirety of the macro to finish. So if I only clocked in at that time, it took hour half. From current price, but it still hasn't actually hit my TP to where my 3 to 1 would be. So like I'm not getting my 3% until 2 hours approximately has passed from the start of the macro. So because of that, I think that it's a wait, hold on. Let me think about what I'm saying. I'm trying to decipher whether it's like really realistically possible to be able to squeeze in a 3 to 1 and potentially two 3 to 1s on a loss in a day. Two 3 to 1s on a loss. Can I squeeze all of that in a day? This took 2 hours. My loss could be somewhere in here. Well, I don't know actually. It's mad that this low stayed open and we were recording at this time. I said that this was the low before it even closed. I was being a little bit impatient. I think it was like exactly when it was like right here. Even came back to test this level, gave me it again. So the entry that I placed was just an example. But it's because I'm thinking in the overall time frame. To my right here, you can see this. Price has in fact come up into this fair value gap. And now I'm anticipating like well, not yet, but once it does, I'm anticipating it's an hourly fair value gap. It's not a daily. I called it a daily. Is it drawn accurately? This would help. It is now. So I want this hourly candle that's just opened up 1 minute ago. I want that to tick higher into here and then close in this range. This gap between the two gaps, the white between the two gaps. And I want it to wick up here, and then I want it to open a new candle inside of that white box. And I want it to have also wicked up here and traded lower, and then I want to see price come down to here and then begin to trade lower, taking this low. I don't want to see price really come up past this high into this fair value gap. I want to see this gap be left open because in this three candle formation, so 1, 2, 3, this claims, oh wait, sorry, oh, I don't know, I got a bit off track, but anyway, we'll see what happens. I'm trying to explain it as best I can. I realize that there's nobody else watching this besides myself, but it's not about, it's like I'm not recording this to show the trades. I'm recording this to show the accuracy of my analysis and how that I'm calling it before it happens because I want to be able to like refer back to this and see and test like because I've lost a lot of money, you see, and like a lot of my money comes from a lot of my lost money has left me because of my impatience and my reluctance to protect what is mine. So my risk management is fucking shit. Like, sometimes like I've gone full margin on 2 grand on my first trade or like similar. Like I just or like first few like the stupidity in that is just overwhelmingly fucking ridiculous and like over leveraged to fuck the market's trading against me and then I close it in loss and even if it did go into profit and then look watch I'll sell it here. I'll wait until there and then I'll sell it and then it goes slightly into profit because of the spread. I don't get the break even properly, and then I expect price to just dump lower and then because this is what happens when I'll have too tight of a stop loss or get scared and then close early in a good trade, and then it'll trade up here, go against me. Sorry, go in the right direction, and then it'll start trading like against it, and then I'll throw the first idea out the window and I'll be like, right, it's going lower now and then I'll over leverage here late, and then I'll expect price to come down into here and take these, even though I'm not taking into account the buy side aspect and also this first presentation of a fair value gap. Like, well, actually, no, maybe I thought that this would have been it, that there, because like, and then I'm entering late here, and then I just blow out my account. Like, it's fucking ridiculous, man. I'm sick of it. I'm really sick of it. It makes me so angry. I've lost like 12 to 15K, like something like that. Maybe a minimum of 10, a minimum of 10. But like if you're including like profits and like sort of the also all of the 50 accounts and all of the 200 and 100 accounts adding up, then it's probably close to like 12 to 15K. It's a fucking piss take, man. So we're looking at a realistic 3% a day for a year. And the first week of the next year, so a year from now, yeah, if I manage to do this, the first week of the next year, I'll make probably more than I made in the first 2 months of this, 2, 3 months of this. I don't know if that's actually exactly accurate, but obviously you can imagine like I'm going up like this amount here, and then 2% of 20K is £200. So maybe I'll be making like £200 per day, and it's taken me this amount of days to make £100. So I don't know. It's a fucking piss take, man. Can you imagine? It's take like for my trading, it's taken me this amount of days to make £100, and that's like not breaking, like not over trading or going over my threshold. Just trying to like take it slow, you know what I mean? I want it to be like somewhat realistic gains so that I can actually like keep it going because I feel like that is like a decent like background. And you know, from here, I want to just not take a loss and just keep it going with 3% because 3% is all I need. I don't want to force more than that. I just like this 15% here. Like obviously, if I can like get big wins on some days, that's amazing. But like risking 1% for 3% here, you can see that takes evidently quite a long time. And like I don't want to have my stop loss any lower than this really, unless it's like a true invalidation. Like whereas I could have put my stop loss there and then it's instantly right now just hit TP as a 4-to-1. But at the same time, the 3-to-1, like that's my 1% risk here, and then my 3% there. But now, I don't know, man. Frustrates me. Look at that TP hit though. Oh, I could have over leveraged to fuck down here during this macro time. I knew this macro would be do this. I knew it would do this. That's why this entry. I knew that this macro would do this. I knew it would. Look at this one here. It's exactly the same. What in the world? What in the world? Look, man, it's tanking above my 3-to-1. But I don't want it to go too much higher than where it is now. Like it's gone into where I think is somewhat sufficient. I don't want it to really trade much higher. And I want to see it take out these lows, but I know that it's gonna happen over time. So it's definitely not gonna happen straight away. There's no like high impact news driver for price to spike down here straight away. So it would happen as a move that's subtle, and over time it would do this instead of alarming anyone that it's gonna come straight away. That would make sense to me. Obviously, I don't know. This is all I would need in a day. So to be honest, anything that it does later, like any trades would just be prideful. But this is truly beautiful for a trade for the day, especially because it was a very late entry. I believe the entry was actually maybe here. I don't know. It was between the. I don't know. I think my entry was where it's at now. So it's just crazy, man. What's actually mad that I didn't realize before is my entry is exactly on this lower quadrant here. So look, you've got the low and the high of the macro, the midpoint. Mine's at the 25%. My actual perfect entry is at the 25% point right there. So that actually in itself is a measured move. Look, I put my stop loss exactly at the top of the order block here, and then I'll probably get a 1 to 4 out of this instead, even though I've increased my stop loss. Or maybe just still only the 1 to 3, but the 1 to 3 was hit anyway. So I'm actually going to make it a little bit cleaner by doing this, like because that works a lot better for me. Look, we've entered right here at this fucking line, right? Prices only come down into there, which was predefined by this, formed structure here, and then we've traded into the middle of the bullish fair value gap there. and we've taken out the buy side liquidity here. And I guess there's a volume imbalance right there. Might not be actually. But then we just sort of trade high into this area anyway. But like, look, this area here, that's what I'm saying, man. So my original entry was this, or like, I think it was like approximately that. But I'm actually gonna make it a little bit bigger because, um, oh no, I'll just adjust it myself. So like actual measured move would be the bottom of this, sorry, the top of this order block here, which is formed there. This is a 1 minute order block, by the way. So that's my that's just where I want to be stopped out. Like I don't I don't know. That's where I want to be stopped out, to be honest. I don't want to be stopped out any higher than that, and I don't want to be stopped out any lower than that either. So I think that's a pretty sufficient and good stop loss. Now a 1 to 3 is pretty much in the consequent encroachment of that 1 hour fair value gap here, this black one. That is an institutional move. That did not happen. Like, that is an algorithmic move. That did not happen randomly. No chance did that happen randomly. No way. There's no fucking way that everyone has this exact move right here and it's so perfectly delivered that it's just, oh my God, are you taking the piss? Are you serious? Are you for real? There's no fucking way. Is it recording right my voice right now? There's no fucking way that that just happened. There's no way that that just happened. We've just taken sell side here. We've just taken sell side liquidity right there. Oh shit, wait, it's not. Let me. This is sell side liquidity. And prices just ran it. SSL. Or maybe that's a market structure shift. Maybe you could call that market structure shift, but we're just gonna call that SSL. Right, so we've just taken sell side on this big move, right? So what's gonna happen here? What's gonna happen here? If we trade lower, this is gonna become a bearish order block. This, sorry, wait. Um, um, I haven't used purple lines much, right? So this will become a bearish order block if we now trade lower, or to be honest, would it be the entirety of this? This is on the 1 minute time frame, like, but to be honest, it will be really the last three candles. I think it is the last three candles here. So this is the bearish order block, and it's in the exact center of it's in the exact it's in the exact center of this here, or like more or less. So if there's an algorithm, I think price will have a wick here and trade lower. This is gonna stay open. Fair value gap. This is gonna stay open. This is gonna be utilized later on in time. I want to like maybe I don't know how long it's gonna trade lower for, but like I mean, do you think this will stay open? In fact, I don't know. This is the bullish order block here, but that's the last three candles. But at the same time, the bullish order block could like I would assume can also be the entirety of the move because on a higher time frame, that would be the bullish order block. So if we trade lower here, and if this gets left open, then my TP was fucking phenomenal. And the algorithmic move that I put on the chart, like the black one, was also spot on, but we'll have to see about this one. So when I put this on, it was like down here. It was like there. So I literally perfectly, flawlessly guessed what price is gonna look like before it happened, despite losing so much money in the past. So I think it was like here when I drew that or something. So how close is that? That is fucking flawless. Wow. What in the world? What in the world? The only bad thing about it, right, is the fact that I don't know. I don't know. It's just like that's mental to me. That like, do you think? What do you think about that? What do you think about that? I want to know. I really want to know what other people think about this and the fact that that was just on a live stream and I've just done that because that's fucking awesome. That's actually. I can't believe that's on the live stream. That's genuinely so impressive. What the fuck? That's how it should look. What? Bro, I'm so poor, I swear to God. Like I've got this one bike that I've kept for like fucking 5 years or something. Oh, it's in good condition still. But like that's like my only asset. Swear down. I have one more nice bike, but it's broken to fuck. So yeah. But this analysis, this trade execution, and also the analysis is just fucking flawless. Like what actually in the world? What in the world? So this is what I think would be the order block here. How many candles is it on here though? It's only two candles. But what about the 2 minute time frame? I don't know. So I'm gonna keep the order block as that because maybe that makes more sense. And the fact that it overlaps with this. So I actually want to go short now. And I've already explained previously why I'm doing this. So a 2-to-1 is here. That's like a good. Wait, what is this level to me though? What is this? This is relative equal highs on multiple time frames. Oh, I can't believe, you know, that level may actually get tapped because that is quite significant to me in fairness. I'll try to show you. So that level is this black line here. that goes all the way back into this right there. That like that's look relative equal highs on multiple time frames. So to be honest, I would assume price could go back into there. So my sell entry, I want to have it right there. My stop, I mean, if we take this high, then we might, I don't know, like there's this open fair value gap here though. I don't really want to see this high get taken. So my measured move is, I think that's a volume imbalance right there. But what if the price doesn't trade back up into the level? I think it will, because it could just sell off right now. Because like if all of this is engineered over time, right? Then they could just like dump their own because they're only taking their own money back. Well, perhaps not. I don't really know how that works, but like they could just like dump the price now and like take all of this money back. Like it's you know, but I don't think the price will come all the way up to here because like I don't know. Well, to be honest, it might come up to here, but if it does, then it's probably gonna hit that line. So if I know it's gonna hit that line anyway, then I don't mind having my stop loss here. Is there any other safe place I could put my stop loss? Not really. It depends on what this bullish order block does. So maybe I shouldn't actually enter my trade now, and I should wait until more structure has formed. Just because it looks like it's going down doesn't mean it's going down yet. It could come up here, come into this bullish order block like this, and then start to trade lower. So to be honest, that might not stay open, but I do like this entry point though, like because it falls right in between this fair value gap here and also the bottom of this, what I would call an order block right there. So that would be my entry. And I don't really want to see price come into here. And I think that if it takes this high, then it's going to take those highs, and that's very close to there. So my stop loss is here. And I guess the spread, well, my actual stop loss would probably be this red line here, and then that's just for the spread. Obviously, I might be wrong. Maybe this trade is more of a runner than I think. Maybe that's what I was saying. Like maybe I underestimated the value of this blue trade here, and like obviously now I'm predicting a perfect reversal right there, and sort of like I don't know. I kind of want to have this a three tone. In fact, this is a three tone. This goes all the way down to here. So that's actually 4.44. I like that. I'm gonna keep that there. So that's how I'm actually guessing that this trade is gonna go. But the only problem is, right, this trade took quite a while. So hold on. What's the date and price range from here to here? This took like an hour and a bit. So the fact that I think it's gonna take anything less than that, it's probably not because I don't really see like high impact news coming in to drive the price this far down this quickly. So it might happen over time, that's what I'm saying. What time is um what time is um this is gonna take quite a while to be honest. Like I'm anticipating that it's gonna roll over. but from this gap, and like that was my like idea from the beginning. But I said that I didn't want it to come up into here. Maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit, having an entry here, because this is just me entering on what I think is like sort of, I don't know, that that's not really anything, because this candle is blue instead of grey. If that candle was grey, then that would make it like a little bit better for me. But because it's blue, maybe that zone doesn't really exist. And if that zone doesn't exist, maybe nor does this one. And then actually we're just only taking this high and running into there before we collapse over time, which would come down to here with a stop loss potentially up there. But I need to go back on this. So we're currently at the consequent encroachment midpoint of that 1 hour fair value gap there. We just kind of like wicked above the middle of it just before with that red line. And then and then we might get like a wick into this inefficiency here, but if we break this high, we're probably gonna break that, and then it's just gonna be like a butterfly effect kind of thing. But like so, I mean like straight up like through all of this. But if it doesn't stop here and turn around, then that's probably what it's gonna do until it comes into this black line here, and then it might decide to fold. So here, this might actually just be a sweep on liquidity before like a move higher, you know. But at the same time, maybe this line will be remet in the near future. So because it's 10:30 right now, it's just ticked 10:30 if you look at the clock in the UK. So 5:30 then. I think price is gonna have a wick up to like one of these red lines, and then we're gonna see lower prices. I wish I could put the song on for you that I'm listening right now. Great. It's called Where I'm Coming From by Lila IK, and then it's an E with an apostrophe above. It's a great song. That entry's jumping the gun quite quickly, isn't it? To be honest, I actually haven't entered fuck all, so I would love to have had an entry here at the middle of this, which is exactly where my take profit is. So for the sake of doing it, my it doesn't move that much, and my stop loss is now inside of this gap. So to be honest, I haven't really moved that much. But then now I just think that my stop loss becomes a place where price might want to go back to, because if you look to the left of the screen, you can see those two highs above the middle grid red lines. The grid of red lines, the middle line, the black line above it. Like, see how there's like those two highs, this one and this one. Price might want to sweep that, wick above it. Because you'd imagine that it would go above it here, wouldn't it? It just didn't. So price might actually want to go above, which would mean that my stop loss is no good. I'm gonna delete this for now. Oh shit. Okay. So I think that this trade should have been held for a bit longer, and maybe I was underestimating this a little bit, like I mentioned. Do you reckon this high will get taken? so similar to what happened down here. Crazy. Do you think that's what the algorithm's gonna print for us? No fucking way. I'm gonna do the same thing. So this to this and this to this. Bro, there's no fucking way. There's no way. No way is that gonna sell off right now. Forming the same kind of structure as this. No fucking way is that gonna happen. I can't believe it. There's no chance. What? No. Bro, what? That has to be fake. There's no way. There's no actual fucking way. That candle's gonna flip on itself. Bro, there's no fucking way. Oh my god. Oh my god. No fucking way, bro. I'm gonna take this, mate. There's no fucking chance. Where's my stop loss though? My stop loss is at that high. Right here. Bro, my entry executed here. My stop loss is there. There's no fucking way. That looks too good to be true, that. Oh, I might just consolidate within this, and then sell off over time. For fuck's sake, man. But I think the basic premise of this selling now is a good idea. But I don't know if the stop loss is safe. Like it might breach outside of this, maybe into here and then sell off. But this is fuckery then if that's the case. Cause like look, it's the same fucking formation almost. It's like they tried to make it exactly the same. But this is different because this has like a retracement. I have a limit order at the top of the inside of this fair value gap, so literally my sell is on that blue line. Wait, um, it's like the top of the fair value gap. Price may ignore me. Oh, that's not good. There's no fucking way that this is happening right now. What the fuck? What? This doesn't make any sense. I just, I can't understand. My my trade is a sell limit. I'm not I'm not actually in the trade right now. I don't think I'm gonna get filled. It's about here. I'm not gonna get filled. Well, I might. I don't know. I hope I get filled, but I don't think I will. My stop is right here. I don't think that's very smart, is it? No, maybe not. When is the Asian Open? That's what I need to know. I'm looking for the 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. But it goes as far as 5 a.m. 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Oh yeah, consequent encroachment of this fair value gap already. That might be it. That might be it. It might actually just stop here, to be honest. it could potentially very well do that. Painful if it does that, because that, like, it's so beautiful as it is, but that goes against my overall trade right now, my trade right now. So as much as that is beautiful and I respect that it's having some kind of a movement away from it, and it is respecting that level for me, I really don't want to see much higher prices right now, in all honesty with you. But if the prices do go higher now, then it has just failed to reject this low here, and it's also at the consequent encroachment of this. So now it does seem like a relatively easy long. So maybe I should just close this trade now, to be honest. I don't know. No, I don't want to, man. I don't want to. I feel like we could utilize the whole of this range. I don't see why price has to be limited above this, because there's also this itself and also this. And this happened like relatively recently. So I feel like price could use the whole of this area as opposed to like, because it seems common to like see the gap and then like think it's gonna go higher straight away, but maybe wicks, maybe candles alongside and down further, or maybe it could even come up here and come like to like here as the maximum, because I saw it print that and then like it spiked up real hard, like real fast, and it just left it there. It came back down, and twice it happened really hard and fast. So to be honest, I feel like there's already sells initiated in the market. But do you really think, like, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's planted liquidity. Maybe that's a trigger point. I hope not. Maybe that could be. So as soon as price takes these highs, it just scales higher very, very quickly. That could potentially happen. But obviously, I would presume price could maybe leave those there and also utilize the whole of this area instead of having a reversal right now, because like this, but this line is very beautiful too. Now it just looks too clean though. But is that not exactly what people are looking for? Something like that. Like, I don't know. Maybe this loan needs to be taken. Like, if they're willing to, like, I don't know. I don't see why this loan couldn't be taken. But I don't know if I should keep holding it or not. I would actually presume yes, on the basis of this being fucking awesome. And I think this one's gonna overpower this one. But at the same time, yeah, price could also just erratically spring back at any second. And like there's like just because it's going down here, there's nothing to say that in the next 20 seconds it couldn't just use this consequent encroachment as a springboard, come up to this high, take these highs, and that liquidity there to liquidity there. That looks like generated liquidity, like planted. So like to be honest, that scares me a little bit out of this. Like because as much as I want price to break this low, I also realize that if these highs get triggered, that's gonna go, and then there's no top wick there, so this is gonna get tapped to this daily fair value gap again, and then we'll probably see the like all of these highs get taken. If that like I feel like that is a trigger point for like these. So I don't want to see price trade above that really, but like I don't know. I want to see this get like fully taken out. Maybe also this and leave that if anything. Like I want to see like a wick below this. Oh shit, sorry. I want to see a wick below this here, because if they're gonna run it higher, they're gonna need the liquidity here to run it higher. So, but they could also want to, like I said, overpower this balance price range with this balance price range. So it'll be interesting to see what does in fact actually happen. I'm only up like a very minuscule amount of profit, to be honest. Um, but in fairness, I don't know. I don't know. What do you think about this low? Do you think we're gonna get a wick down here, one more candle, or do you think we're gonna consolidate above this? Or maybe stay above this fair value gap and utilize it to go and use it to go higher, maybe. But to be honest, that doesn't look very safe. Where did I say this? Yeah, the bottom of this area. So if the bottom of this fair value gap doesn't look safe, like that doesn't look safe beneath that. So that would mean that maybe this area is going to give up and then we might see this traded into here. And even if we don't take out this, we might even trade back into this gap here, like this area, or maybe this liquidity here, because it also lines up with that fair value gap. And then we might reject the 50, the midpoint of the macro here. So I think the market will probably come at least to here, maybe at least to there, maybe to here. I don't know if this will get fully taken out. That was my basic premise, actually. My actual thought was, of course, that we're going to generate the liquidity here in the form of structure, and then we're going to trade the market higher into this. That's what I said on the live stream. And then I said from here, we're going to trade into there. That's actually what I said. And I caught it all on live stream, which is absolutely fucking awesome, to be honest. That is actually wicked as fuck. I'm not gonna lie, I am even actually quite impressed with myself for that. Like I've lost so much money, bro. You don't understand. Like it's actually with no return, with no like honestly little to no return. Like any money I've got, I never actually got to spend it. It's really fucking sad. But yeah. Like this is my overall target. That obviously in that bottom and down there, but I just closed my trade because I'm up. I'm up what I need for the day, so I don't actually need to do anything more today. So I'm really quite happy about that. Like if that's the like 3% minimum that I need per day, that was I was a bit like over leveraged in that. In fairness, I shouldn't be using that lot size actually. But both of these together, or like that first one there, that would have given me 3%. And then the second purple one trade, like so the blue trade would have been 3%, and then the purple trade is potentially 11%, but 11% risking 1%. And already it's traded into a 1 to 3, perfect 1 to 3 already, which is fucking beautiful to be honest with you. I think that's wicked as fuck that. And you know right here, yeah, I think we're gonna sweep slightly above there and then trade lower below these lows. So I think we'll come slightly above here and then down. But like I'm not in any trades at the moment today. That's just what I assume about this. I feel like it's setting good trading grounds for Asia. Like Asia's open because obviously we have like all of these highs here inside of this 1 minute premium wick. That's like one of the original ones, right? So we have all of these highs in here, and then we also have this area, which is the relative equal highs on multiple time frames. And this was formed when Bitcoin was in its like big sell-off. Do you remember this? Yeah, right there. It's formed all the way there. Like, look. So that is this. So because that's where I took partials, I'm gonna actually put another entry in the same place, and then and then put this like actually where my original take profit was. So it's a 8.7, 8.2. Oh no, that's wrong. So it's this high. So it's that high there. So this is where my TP hit. But my overall target on that is this. I don't want to see this get traded into because because if I notice that, look, see, if you notice this, right, and then you notice that as well, and how this and this are the same, and that are the same. Well, they're not exactly the same, but you know what I'm saying. So prices just fucking sold off from exactly where I just got shocked about into the low of here. From the low of here, we're now at the consequent encroachment. Now what? I think we're going to slightly wick above this, trade close at the consequent encroachment, trade lower. And then we'll probably maybe spike. I don't know, maybe just straight drop. I don't know, but this is getting taken out, I think. But right now, you can also increase the span of that. 1 second, let me clean this all up. That looks much better. So we've just maybe rejected the consequent encroachment of there, but we could also sweep into this here, just because it looks flat right in there. And then I think we'll probably make some type of move lower into this at least into this, or maybe yeah, because if we're in here, we definitely go into there, or I might leave it open just for the simple fact of being nice to whoever bought the mean threshold overlapping with the 630. Fuck's sake. Oh, my back. Oh. I'm glad I exited here, to be honest with you. Boom, 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 boom. I'm not asked about any of this anymore. That proved enough to me. Me seeing this here and how it's exactly the same in my opinion to that, and how this trade was profitable. And so is this one. So that is awesome. And look, swear down, yeah. I think in the beginning of this live stream or the one before this, I was doing examples. So like I was only putting the trade, I was only putting the trade over the like so I was doing this basically and just using it as an example. Oh, sorry, like maybe more more like that. And like I was just using it as an example, right? But now you can see that I've actually executed on here. And you see how we had to wait half an hour for the macro when I went out in the stream. Then now prices obviously coming to the target that I said on the live stream that it was going to. And then we had some type of move at where I said it was going to happen, which is quite crazy to be honest. Like it's quite mad. Obviously the overall narrative, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but we'll see. This looks really beautiful and clean, actually. That right there. Like, we sold off aggressively here. Like, that would be beautiful as fuck. But I don't know if I would want to get into it though because I've just made my profit for the day. Because it's past 10 p.m., I've made my profit tomorrow. So like I've made tomorrow's profit now because it's past 10 p.m. and that's when my broker changes the days on when my profits are recorded, so it's just easier for me to do it like that. Just abide by their rules. But that shouldn't be there though. Oh, I'm tired, like we still haven't even entered Asia yet. Probably I might go to sleep soon because it's getting a bit late. Isn't it? So, anyways, because I don't need to take another trade, we're just gonna watch and see what price does and whether or not we see like look, you know what it is, yeah? I just called the immediate rebalance of this fair value gap, and I did it on live stream, and I'm so genuinely grateful that I was recording. But anyway, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go and get some food. Or at least I'm gonna go make an omelette. Yeah, so bear with me. I don't really care what price does right now. I will focus on that when I get back. So just give me a while. I'm gonna put something on this. I am not speaking right now. Oh, I've just looked out of my window and seen two buses crossing paths at the exact same time. It's really strange. Look at the trades I took out of that macro, man. Yes. Yes. They were both real. They were both real trades. They're both 3-to-1s. So, oh my god, wait, what? I don't know. Crazy, man. Look at this. This is mad. And like the live stream just watched me take those trades. Can you imagine that? They weren't fake, they were real. I've just sat here and spoken into my earpiece and put those trades on the screen. That is quite cool. But you know what it is? It's also mad that I'm supposed to be making food right now and it says that I'm not speaking on the thing, so I'm just gonna leave it off for now. I'll be back. Would you like some music? I'll put some music on here. I can't play Bruno Mars. I can put this. So I do this. Why is it not picking up the desktop audio? I don't understand. Oh, there you go. I don't know how good this music is. They look really sad. I like this one. Cool bird music and stuff. Right. Anyways, I'm gonna leave this. Okay. So I'll be back like soon.
UK's fastest broadband speeds from any major provider have landed. Experience hassle-free switching with the UK's only 24/7 real person switch support. Ready to switch? No early morning train for Natalie. She booked a Premier Inn just down the road from her big meeting, meaning she can have a bit of a lie-in. Get better sleep for your money. Book your next work stay at Premier Inn.
Mobile plans you can switch up and down willy-nilly. Are you on gift-gaff or something?
saving for a little something. Stay in control of your goals with separate saver accounts and give each one the attention it deserves. See what your money can do. Chase.
Save up to 25% on 2026 travel with G-Adventure's Great Adventure Sale. You choose the trip, then we do the planning, organising, guiding, driving, translating, navigating, re-navigating, and almost everything else. Spots are limited. Book today. you.